hope you're all well. Happy Sunday. It's very nice to be with you all again. And I feel refreshed after a little time off, though it's been a crazy 2 weeks. But somehow, with God's grace, I feel all set to get back into the swing of things. Today was an incredibly beautiful dawn in California. So beautiful from my window that I had to take a picture. There were small little clouds over a hill, and the hill was, of course, very tan because of the heat and everything's dried out. And we rarely have clouds in LA, sadly. And they were just positioned so beautifully, and little small ones, which is even rarer over here. And it was very nice. It was very peaceful. It was very aligned. And I kind of thought, why can't that feeling happen 24/7, where we feel that calm and that peace and that clarity? And but I'm glad I experienced it, and I felt it was very fortuitous that it happened right before HP Shalom. So I wish to speak about the period of Elul leading into the High Holy Days, which are the days where we reflect upon our year and we sort of make straight our path, and we enter into alignment with Hashem, with Adonai, a very important part of the year. And it's really at the core of everything that I teach on returning into alignment and repair our ways and our lives, and sort of redirect onto better and nicer highways, which results in very nice, better ways to live and happier lives. So why don't we take a moment and just kind of take a breath and center ourselves. And I'll be speaking a little bit, but not too much. I'm resisting the urge of putting all the teachings that I would like to give into one session. I've reminded myself that there are 4 weeks to Elul, one of which I believe just ended, before Rosh Hashanah. So I will be pacing these teachings over the next couple weeks. I will be weaving in the chakra teachings along the way and hoping to make it all make sense, as opposed to giving one teaching on chakras, which for me felt like a lot. And this way it becomes accessible and will make, I think, greater sense on how it aligns with the Sifrotes and how it's helpful along our path. So really, we're entering a period of focus and introspection, assessing our lives and going deeper inwards, which I personally really love to do. And but it could also be challenging. Sometimes we see things we don't want to see, and we encounter things that we feel we need to address, blockages or difficult conversations we need to have with people, or different situations that we've been avoiding. about ourselves, about our lives, about everything. But also realizing the great blessings we have to those who are religious, to have that connection and tradition to God. Or if you're more non-traditionally spiritual, that you have a desire to connect with the truths of the universe, with teachings that point to living a better and more aligned life, and being open to teachings that come from a religious tradition, but realizing how it can apply to you generally and specifically, that there is guidance to be had from something more traditional, and that it could also bless your life. These teachings are open to everyone. I just base them in the Judaic religion, but the themes and the concepts are universal. They apply to all mankind in that they speak to the truths of life and how to live a good life, and across the many different religious beliefs that I have studied, indigenous, Eastern, Western. Interestingly enough, they all have the same bedrock of teachings, and they point to the same path on how to live a good life. They might have different ways of going about it, different languages, different focuses. Some focuses are good, maybe not bad, but you don't know exactly because it's details and it's different and there's more built on. But when you get to the core of what it is, it's about right action, truth, living a good life, honesty, integrity, charity, empathy, generosity, care of yourself, your family, your society, your environment, being in alignment. Native Americans call it being in alignment with the Great Spirit. You see, it all has the same bedrock. Why? How? I'm not going to get too much into that. But the bottom line is why? How? Because our lives are based on the same underlying truth of frequency of alignment. 1 + 1 = 2. Humanity at the base, all rests on the same underlying truth of what is in alignment energetically. And everything else is built on top. How different cultures see it, different rules, different religions. But when you get to the core of the energy of alignment, because alignment, we could conceptualize it, right? We think what it is a definition, and different people view different ways of being aligned. Some correct, not some correct, not some are not correct. Some are purer and more truthful, and some are a little off, right? But that's concepts. Alignment is a center. It's an energetic center. which I try to point towards through meditation, mantra, yoga, acupuncture, that balance. And that balance is an energetic truth that's not subject to any cultural overlay, and it's not different for different human beings. Alignment is alignment. And alignment, and what makes you aligned or not aligned, the path you walk leading to something, the energy of alignment is based on honesty, integrity, the virtues, what I've just listed before. That's how the energy manifests. Aligned does not lead to hatred, aggression, lies, manipulation, not caring, aggression, violence. See, that's not aligned. We just look at the definition. We all know that's not being in your center, and it's not aligned. So you look at what it is. And at the core, it's an energetic posture from which manifests certain fruit. Like it said, you know what a person is based on their actions. It could be underlying causes, psychological, childhood trauma. Yes, but that's the cause of maybe why it's a thorn bush or it bears poisonous fruit that poisons the environment. It's because there's a misalignment and you see it. So the saying is, you know a tree by the fruit it bears, right? Because it's aligned, it's a certain way. It's misaligned, it's a certain way. And it manifests in a different way. So the core, and the core of what I try to show through different examples, different methods, different conceptual ways of explaining it, because some people might understand it more one way or the other, or my English is too complicated in one way. People of certain cultures might not understand it in that way. And then I explain it a different way, and then it clicks. And then when it clicks, they might understand it in a way that they didn't understand it before from another teaching I had. It's all about entering into that alignment from which everything else comes from. It's energy. It's center. Yes? So when we take a moment at the beginning to center from getting here, for me, it's always pulling last minute images, fine tuning the mic so hopefully my voice comes out as best as it can through this machinery I have going on here to hopefully make it sound good. It's a scramble. Thoughts are racing. Tension. I'm late. That's my tension. Or people are rushing and they're like, oh, I'm late. I hope HB Shalom's going to be a little late today, this morning. Otherwise, I'm missing. And then you come in with a momentum. And you can't focus. And you're a little what we call scattered. That's a form of, well, misalignment, not being fully aligned because we're not fully calm and anchored with our core. There's a wind element, a momentum, that rushing. Even we feel it. We feel a little lighter. We feel not grounded. That's a wind element. That's more prominent. That's more stronger. That's stronger than the other elements of like earth, which grounds. So we're flighty, we're moving. So we try to find that core by breathing, taking a little glass of water, taking that few moments to align by putting our hands together at the chest level with the right angle of the fingertips. That forces, yes, it forces, it causes, but it's a direct act, so it really makes it happen to a certain extent, causes the body to align. And then the wind element naturally settles. And with it, our mind becomes calm. And then our wisdom, our intelligence, our ability to see concepts one might not have considered before, and to understand the deeper, more profound levels of it open up for us. Because we enter an alignment, and the complete tools of what's our birthright as human beings start becoming accessible the more and more we enter into alignment as the current of life flows through us and aligns more with the upper sephirotes or the upper chakras. And I've just launched into the complete teaching when I wanted everybody to center first. So why don't we take a moment and let's center. And but this is a little bit of a summary of what I'm going to be speaking about for the next couple of weeks, in conjunction with this period of re-entering into alignment to repair what's broken. This is a constructive time to turn inwards. In the Jewish religion, this is the time where we look at our lives, and then we purify, and then, God willing, we move forward from this period to the year to come in a better, stronger way. A very wise person suggested to me that I should follow more the liturgical periods of the year and speak about them. Last year I spoke about Rosh Hashanah, but I left out a few of the other ones. This year, I'm going to be particularly mindful when there's one of the holy days coming up to engage what it means, because they're significant for our lives. They assist us. They're reminders. And they have a historical context. And it's important to remember history. It helps us understand how to engage today through their example and what happened in the past, as well as align us with something that was a little simpler, an agrarian society, one based on farming and fields and cattle, without electricity, without automobiles, without the complexities of modern life, shows us what alignment looked like back then in a way that's clearer for us, because it was based more in harmony with the seasons and more in harmony in a simpler form of family structure and society. But that same alignment that's found back then, we're no different than they are. And there's much we can learn. So, my dear friends, let's take a moment and breathe. And then we will begin. So, if you need a glass of water, go to the restroom. Let's grab some food, which I'm going to do. Do it mindfully, consciously, with intent. Don't do it being scattered. Remember to breathe and remain in alignment. It's a practice. And you start with certain periods of time, like this maybe 7 minutes I'm going to give us. And as you practice it, the alignment meditation practice, we could bring it into our lives a little bit. Like, it's a Sunday afternoon. I'm going to spend the next hour and focus on living mindfully. It's an intent, soft touch. It's not like I'm going to focus. Like, okay. And if you see yourself wavering and losing connection, you say, oh, no, I'm being focused. I'm mindfully going to focus on shopping at the grocery store. Doesn't have to be all fancy. I'm at the grocery store. I am in this aisle. I have things I need to buy. And then you keep yourself there. And you'll be amazed. The boxes of cereal, the colors will look brighter. You will notice the huge variety we have in the Western world. You're like, wow. And you might be open to exploring one. See one that's healthier, or one that oh, why didn't I see this? Oh, this is a new one. Oh, I would love to try that. I'm a little, bored, or, this one's a little stale, and, I've been using it for years. Let's see if I could bring a little zest into my life of something new. The world opens up, and a trip to the grocery store becomes something incredible, fresh, new, open with possibility, and not the normal, oh God, I gotta go to the grocery store. You're there and you're like, oh my God. And you come out enhanced, refreshed. Your mind is in a different place because you learn to settle there. And when you leave, you might notice the sky. You notice how the buildings are arranged around. You have a different perspective. But that perspective was always there. Our speed, our movement, our list of things going on in our lives keep us from being present. And we miss out of a more lush, fuller, magical, dare I say the word, way of being. That's actually much more nourishing and less stale. It's a way of being, of living, that's in alignment. It opens up. You maintain that connection of flow, and your body and your mind opens up the senses. And you engage and you live in a completely different way. in a world that nourishes, a world that becomes alive, but it always was. We just didn't see it. We didn't engage in that way. The path of alignment is taught in traditional teachings, and it's life. You will see when you start living that way, you're engaging with the vitality of life, and your body feels calmer. Calmer body, less stress. Less stress, less wear and tear on your body. Less chance of cancer, less chance of heart attack, less chance of being aggressive in your world, and then you get aggression back at you. Greater wisdom because you're calmer, so you see how to navigate situations. You see situations before they come up and arise and are in your face. Much easier to sidestep or navigate or avoid when you see something coming. The whole thing may not happen, or you already positioned yourself in a way that makes it easier to engage with. Therefore, you're calmer, well positioned, and then you go through it in an easier, less turbulent way. Pilot sees with his radar the storm clouds when he's flying. What do? Do they continue into it? No, they turn and they go around it. Or if they can't go around it because it's a huge storm, they are able to see where the thunder and the lightning is. And they realize, well, this is the core of it. This is a little less turbulent. So I'm going to move the plane because they're aware. They see. You don't aware, you don't see, you go right into the core of the storm and it becomes hellish. When you're tossed and turned, you could lose alignment. A big plane, one that's steady and grounded, right, by its mass, by its big wings, by big engines, goes through a storm, even the heart of it, with less shake. If you're more flighty, more fragile, less grounded, you've got a smaller plane that gets tossed and turned and can get thrown. So this season is about returning to our alignment. By returning to God, energetically, we actually realign ourselves. And by doing that, we walk a path of deeper life. Yes? So we're going to take a moment and then we're going to mindfully do what we need to do. And if you're on the cushion, I'm sorry, we're going to speak just a little bit. I will be mindful to space out the teachings over the couple weeks and not say it all at once in 4 hours. So let's take a moment and mindfully engage. So I hope everybody will get up, even if it's just to pet your cat, or even it's to look out the window, but try to engage with something and do it with presence. It's not an intense focus. It's a soft touch. You're in the flow. Not just a hippie saying. They're in the flow, but they're not grounded. So they're flighty and it goes into crazy land. You're in the flow, but you're grounded. And if this doesn't fully make sense yet, as you center and you learn to be in alignment, it will make sense. You become a dancer in the dance of life. moving with the energies, but it's in alignment with where and what is arising. Something like, the martial arts, like what's the one that everybody moves slowly, the Tai Chi, or the one in the park you see, and you see it's all flowing and supple and movements. We become a little bit like that, more intentional and more working with what arises while being present, and less pushing our will on it, less forceful, less sharp, less disengaged, and not mindful. And therefore, we live in an easier way. And this season coming up causes us to do that repair, but there's a whole energetic underneath, which I'm now have been pointing towards, that also occurs. The effect on the body, the nadis, the nervous system, and our minds from a physical, embodied way. How we're structured inside in our nervous system undergoes a change as well. So we're going to take 7 minutes, and I invite people to try it out now. Okay, 7 minutes. So 7:50 Pacific time, we'll be back. And, leave on the volume a little higher and see if you can catch when 7 minutes is by being in alignment. Now, if you start, I think it's gone over, hopefully you're in the sound of the computer, so you will know, or just check your watch. Be like, oh my God, it's only been 3 minutes. Why did I think it was 7? You start noticing this disconnect of energy you have. You've not having the proper, and there's no judgment here, sense of time. Or if suddenly you look at your watch and you're like, oh my God, 10 minutes has passed. Again, the energy of time and you isn't aligned. But if you hit it at 6 minutes, hopefully you're a little under, you'll realize you're calibrated. There's a manifestation in your life that occurs when you have found that collaboration. You'll I need to leave the house in 7 minutes, and you do what you need to do. And when you check your watch when you're out the door, it becomes 7 minutes exactly. And it's not one time, it's every time. Because you're in the flow and things naturally, without effort, line up. It happens. You can't understand fully why. It's one of those things. But when you're in alignment, these things happen. 7 minutes, my friend. So we're now at 7:52. Let's see you soon. Okay. So if people are still out and about and hearing the sound of my voice, so finish what you're doing and head on back. Um, Giving everybody a little moment. So, how did we all do? So, since I use myself as an example, how did I do? Well, I completely lost my personal focus. I was eating a protein bar. And when I sat back down, I'm like, did I finish it? I didn't think so. And I was still hungry. And then I couldn't remember where I placed it. So I just had to hunt for it and quickly eat a little more before I started again. That's okay. I'm dealing with a very challenging life situation, very difficult. And my mind turned to it. But because of being calm for the previous 30 minutes as I was sharing and teaching, I saw a different way of engaging, one that diffused the situation, hopefully, and will make things easier going forward. So that's wonderful, except that wasn't exactly the instruction I gave for everyone. But you know what? That's what happened. And I'm thankful for it. And in a way, it was aligned, and I was able to tap with a deeper wisdom. And otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find this solution. But at the same time, I couldn't remember what time I told people. I had to go back on the recording live on the little YouTube to find it was 7:52, which I thought it was, but I didn't want to make a mistake. And I lost track of my protein bar, and I wasn't sure if I had finished it. So I was in my mind and in my thoughts and not present in what I was physically doing and not remembering what I had just said a couple minutes before. I'm pretty sure it was 7:52, but I wasn't fully sure, and I didn't want to get it wrong. Well, that's what happened. Good, bad, wonderful, yet that fully wasn't the instruction. And that is human life. And what do I make of what happened? I honestly don't know. Good, yes, but I could have also thought about it while being more mindful. I could have thought about it while realizing with intent that I was eating the bar, while remembering it was 7:52. You can hold all those pieces. You can hold 10, 15, 20 things at the same time and still be present and mindful. Actually, our capacity, our ability to do more actually increases when one is focused in the present because we're not scattered. And we realize with our mind being calmer, we're less forgetful. And floating in our awareness in our lives are multiple things without it pulling us in multiple ways. How is that possible? It's just what happens. Can't make it up, right? But if something's particularly intense and you've been dealing with it for a week or two, you are tired, or you know what? It just sucks so much of your attention, other thing drops away, and that's okay. So, see, pointed out to a lot of things of what I said, how to look into it, what happens, holding different things. So I hope me using this as an example helps people understand how this sort of all works. And not to be hard on yourself, and you come to understand yourself, come to understand your mind, come to understand energy. Because really what I teach is energy. And how it all works. And there's never, ever, 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 ever any judgment. Never turn the knives inward at yourself. Not helpful. It's an energetic poison that you inflict on yourself, and it causes blocks and judgment on yourself, and you turn inward, not objectively looking at it with no judgment, which opens up the body, which relaxes the nervous system and the mind, because judgment's very constricting of the mind. We can feel that. Right? We feel the energetic pressure we create. And that keeps from us opening up and finding ways of the flow. Judgment constricts flow. So a tight river, very narrow, with the same pressure going through it, the same volume, same amount of water going through it, creates a lot of pressure where the water is thinner. But if the water is wider, with the same amount of flow, it might actually be safe to swim in. But if it's really tight, you've got rapids. It's suddenly 60 miles per hour. And then suddenly you have problems swimming in it. Yes? So it's a lot about knowing ourselves, understanding the human condition, and learning how to live with more skills and knowledge to engage with our individual human condition, our individual habits, our how we go and engage with things. We empower ourselves to live with intent, more groundedness. The word intent for non-native speakers, you put both of your hands on the driving wheel, but you don't grasp it for dear life. You're moving along your car and it's like a dirt road and there's bumps. You don't hold through the bumps. You'll damage your car. You allow the car to partially drive itself so it goes through and around and works with the road. There's a flexibility, but at the same time, you don't allow that flexibility to turn the car off the dirt road into the rocks. You also don't allow the flexibility to suddenly position your car to a big hole where you will get stuck or break your axle. So there's a flexibility, but also an intelligence that also guides it. Yes? That's a form of alignment. The soft touch. Yes? Or harder touch if there's a lot of current and you need to really cut through it. That's a more advanced teaching. We'll get to that hopefully when I remember. But it's like you have to go through it a certain way. There's a defined path. But in your alignment, you see that path you have to walk. You don't allow your emotions to sway you either way because you have to get from A to B and this is the way. Wavering is not optional. So you grip that steering wheel and you cut through whatever occurs to get to that wise decision you made, and you don't allow the currents to move your car left to right because you might get in the wrong spot. But at the same time, things can come up and you work with it. So it's not too tight, but you're mindful that you have to end up at point B. But you're not so rigid that it has to be this way. But you're not so loose that it doesn't go through. And you don't allow your emotions to sway you, which gets you to point C. And then when you realize you're at point C, you realize I made a mistake, I should be at point B. And that's the cutting through aspect. You're cutting through the emotions. You're cutting through obstacles to make sure you get at point B. I have an example I could give, but it's a little intense, and I don't want to bring in that energy. But there are very difficult life situations where you have to hold that steering wheel, but your emotions might want to pull you, and you realize, no, this is what it is. Right? So I'll just give the situation. So when my father was dying, and I like using this because it's a very intense situation, and when you have very clear things like that, it makes the teaching very clear because it's very stark, very, right? He was at the end of life. He didn't want any more sustenance, no more food. Like, I'm done. I don't want medicine to take over and have me suffer for months, 6 months, 7 months. But he gave all power of authority over his medical care to me. And I asked him very clearly, what do you want to do? And I told him very clearly, what you tell me to do is exactly what I'm going to do. So if you need to think about it for a couple days, but once you're no longer able to speak for yourself, you need to be clear, I'm going to follow your decision. Whatever mommy says, whatever goes on in that room, I will obey your decision for what you want. That is holding through a traumatic circumstance to a certain result. Because I could have ordered feeding tubes, I could have done all sorts of stuff, but I honored his decision for his life. Yes? When to start the opiates, when not to start the opiates. How I felt a human consciousness needs to go through a certain path at the end of life to clear karmic winds. So it requires a certain amount of consciousness. But when to start the opiates, when to increase the dosages so there's no pain. But then the consciousness goes away and the person is already halfway gone. How to manage the flow while heading to a certain destination to optimize the result. Yes? There's an awareness and there's an intent. So when we enter these days of Elul to bring it all back, we are reflecting, we are looking inwards, and we are making decisions. Where would we like to go? Where would we like to be? Hopefully in greater alignment. Where are we now? No judges, no judgment. Just a matter of where are we now? Right? So I look out the window, it's morning, it's 8 o'clock, the birds are chirping, the window's not open. It needs to be open so I could breathe. That's where I am. It's very matter of fact. There's no judgment. Oh, I should have opened the window. What am I thinking now? It's stuffy. I feel a headache coming on. How is that helpful? That throws me off my ability to teach. So you just look. Okay, what do I need to do to get where I would like to be? Right? So I looked and I'm like, oh, something's out of position. Window closed. Well, no judgment. I opened the window. So we look at our lives without judgment. And we look to see, okay, here is where I am. Here is where I think I can be by the end of this period of time. And greater than that, where would I like to go? What path do I wish to be on for the year to come? And then ultimately, depending on where we'd like to be and our ability to do that, directs where we are next year, the year after that, and for the rest of our lives. But we don't get overwhelmed by that. We're focusing for the next 40 days or whatever period of time it is. I didn't calculate though till Yom Kippur how many days it is. But we focus on that, making that repair. So we're in a good position at Yom Kippur to move forward into a new year. Yes? There's a healing that we undergo. A realignment. A new understanding of ourselves. And God willing, since you've decided to take some of your time to listen to me, God willing, HP Shalom is able to help to provide some tools, some ways to go about it in a newer, fresher way that hopefully helps. So mindful, I forgot to get more water. So, one moment, please. So, see, we're all on the path. And we can be flying high in a Learjet, and then suddenly it becomes very grounded, and we, um, it's different. And then you work with those circumstances, and those circumstances could last a couple days, a couple weeks, a couple years. But you know how to get back to a certain thing, and then you work towards it. And the more you go and you bounce around the Pinto, the truck, the Ferrari, the Learjet, even touch a little bit on that spaceship. And you go around, depending on what it is, over the months and the years, you become aware on how to move it and how to shift it, and it becomes easier and easier and easier, and you don't get as stuck. But sometimes you're in a truck for a while, and you don't resist it because you're clearing things. You're working through deeper layers. And one day, you're not just having tastes of the starship or living in that starship before it lands on Earth. Suddenly, one day, you may have complete stability, and there is never again a Ferrari or truck or anything else. You're in that spaceship heading out. Your way of understanding and living are completely transformed. You've entered stability, unbreakable stability. And that is the starship. Living saints, prophets, full Emmanuel manifestations, they are examples of it. Baal Shem Tov, holy figure, right? Be the Ari. They're there in Jewish tradition and other traditions. They're models. They show us how we can live. And some are 80% there, some are 100, which is like, oh my God, so where? Because that's literally divinity manifested. Or they're close. Or they're very close in certain areas of their life, In other areas, there's little problems. But those areas where they're really there, they bless us by understanding and learning that. They bless us by us seeing how they lived, by their accounts of their lives, how they spoke, what they did, what they didn't do, their teachings, if they gave teachings. Some of them, it's just the example, and then other people wrote about them. Or they wrote themselves texts with explanations. Or they just spent their whole life in prayer, and there's not a whole much going on. But the community were like the energy that came from him. And they describe the effect that that person had on them. And then you understand their teaching was their energy. They engage with the starship. And that's our birthright. And I would like to offer that to you as that being the end goal. The decisions we make during this period of time, I pray to God, put us all on that path that leads to that. It's what I call 100% Emmanuel manifestation. It's the goal to be a living manifestation of God on this planet in His full purity. It does not mean we're God. Be careful. It may have happened in a certain way, like God deciding to come and take a full human form, if it ever happened. Not commenting on that. But can we take ourselves as human beings, however flawed we are, and make us as close to a living manifestation of purity as we are as a human being, and embody the virtues and qualities of God: charity, wisdom, compassion, correct actions. You see, that doesn't make us God. It makes us like gods. L-I-K. My accent. L-I-K. Wow, I just did it again. L-I-K-E. Like God. Similar to. Embodying the qualities that are comparable to God's to the extent we can, because His empathy, compassion, wisdom by far extends that we are capable of. Just because it's so, and we can't understand it, it's so massive, it's beyond our limited thinking, because we're at a certain frequency on this planet. If our minds ever went there, honestly, I feel like we would stroke out. We would have a stroke because it's too big, it's too mammoth, the energy's too expansive. It can't embody here. But the path is to be as close as we can get to what the Torah, the Tanakh, the sacred texts, what we know in our inner being as being aligned, as we can be. And God is not asking of us perfection. He is not asking of us to be 100% manual manifestation here. It's rare. Very rare. Very rare. But that doesn't mean you're not one of those people that can attain it. You could be. You don't put that as the pressure of becoming, is you might not be. But is that your goal of hoping you could be and you point yourself in that direction and repair and improve your life. You tikkun your life, your thoughts, your actions, your wisdom. You tikkun your repair, tikkun your alignment. You repair and realign, so you have the intent and you start making decisions that can lead to that. That you go from being completely off to a 20% manifestation or a 30%. You're moving along the road. Your actions in the future, in the present, and leading into the future are more and more aligned, holier and holier. You're no longer doing bad acts or whatever, or out of alignment or whatever that you did in the past. That is what God cares about. Where are you headed? What's your intent? Do you regret what's done? And are you making, and you don't live in that regret, you don't live in that judgment, that just keeps you stuck. Okay, I did that. How could I repair and move forward in a better way and have that redemption? That coming to terms and finding and asking for God's grace, and then working to a better future for yourself. That is what God cares about. It's written in the texts, and I've discussed it before. I could find it back in the Torah, and I'm sure it's all over the Tanakh. God's compassion knows no bounds. We cannot quantify it in our minds. What we think might be unforgiven is not that limited scope. What we think cannot be forgiven is a limited human scope. We cannot know the mind of God. We cannot know the level of compassion and forgiveness that He has. And that sacred texts say that it's beyond what we think is forgivable. This is what they say. Period there. Not really up for debate. Because we're limited. It's expansive. God's expansive. He's the embodiment of love. What other people might think, the judgment of God, the vindictiveness, that's not it. Pardon the judgment. It's a misunderstanding. God is the embodiment of love. Alignment is living in love. God created us out of love. 100% Emmanuel is an embodiment of love. If you think about it, empathy is love. Charity is love. Doing the right thing is an act of love. It's of care. It's of alignment. What's aligned and what's holy is living in peace, in shalom. You love, you live in shalom. We see how it all lines up. So if God is the embodiment of shalom, the embodiment of love, and love forgives. Our job, for lack of a better word, is to repair and put us on the path of alignment and do things to help strengthen that. When we fall off during the coming year, and we're humans, no judges, we notice it and we make that re-intention, that recommitment to be like, oh, okay, and you repair what happened. You ask God for forgiveness. I've lapsed again. And then you're like, okay, I need to fix it. This is what I did wrong. How do I go about not falling into that again? But it's also not the intent. Well, each time I do it, I'm just going to ask God for forgiveness, and, and that just takes care of it. And that's how you go about your life. God is no idiot. There's no genuine repair or intent. You're just trying to game the system. Very American saying. You're trying to, Jesus, how does one even say game the system? Let me have a look. There are expressions in the American language that you pick up in society. So it enters our colloquial talk, or the way we speak, and that's just the way it is. We're part of our society. Gaming the system means to exploit or manipulate the rules and procedures of a system. So asking for forgiveness each time with no general intent, knowing that God is all forgiving, we think, it don't work. So we work and we live and we direct and we reorient ourselves. That is the period that we are currently in, of Elul, is a period of preparation, introspection, and return, which precedes the days of awe, where you really get into the grit and really take that period of 10 days to focus. For certain traditions, it's over a month. So everything I've just said was nowhere in my notes and just kind of flowed. So I'm not even really going to engage in anything that I prepared to talk about, which is perfect. What happened was an introduction. I had the intent of spreading the teachings out for several weeks. And look what happened. I really set the overall concepts where we will gradually, over the next 5 weeks, go a little deeper into and sort of bring in the details and bring in how to go about it and bring in a deeper understanding and layers. So I'm just very happy it flowed out this way, because this is really perfect. And I haven't overspoken, because I want to have a period of prayer and meditation and sing the Mishabera, because everything out of alignment, everything hostile, aggressive, bad decisions, bad thoughts, lack of wisdom, everything works and goes back to a proper alignment, back to God, back in keeping with the teachings, to repair, to healing. And El Na Refan Allah is a very sacred prayer mantra of healing. Mishabera, the version that I have, and all the versions, but this one sung, is extremely powerful prayer. It's a prayer that's sung. So when we go into it, maybe I'll put up the words first, read it in English, if you can't read Hebrew, and see what we're saying. We are invoking God, not provoking, invoking, calling in God, lining him up and reminding him of things, of his covenant, of his being with us in the past, and asking for a healing. Very, very, very powerful. Because this whole 50 days, 40 days, I have to count how many it is on the calendar, is way more along the lines of 40 days, but it's a period of repair, of El Na Wifana La, El Na Wifana Lo. God, please heal her. God, please heal him. God, please heal us. God, please heal me. Don't ever forget yourself. But in this period of focus, we're focusing on ourselves. Okay to focus on yourself. This is eyes turned inwards, not with judgment, but a clear assessment, a clear looking. What we did over the past years, last year, where we are, engagement in that deep reflection and healing. And then in Yom Kippur, the forgiveness and the fresh start with hopefully the right intentions and putting into effect the right changes. So next year, when you head into the period of Elul, you're in a different place, in a better place. So when you engage in that reflection next year, you're not exactly where you were. You're in a better place. And the reflection is, oh, wow, I made this progress. That's really good. Because you're realizing it's this a way to improve, and you are. And then you engage with you are where you are next year. And you're like, okay, so this helped. I should continue with this, but I did this off, but it's not as bad or less often, right? Remember the white rocks and the black rocks in the pocket that I talked about a couple weeks ago, right? So you see, oh, there's more white rocks. Well, okay, so how do I go about next year of doing more acts of purity and correctness and less acts that are not in alignment, the black rocks? And that's how you work along the path. So I'm going to quickly look at my notes and speak just about Elul. I'm not even going to get into the chakras and the nadis. That will be in the weeks to come, because I'm going to weave in the teachings on the chakras during this period, because I promised you that I would teach them, and I'm not going to put it off any longer. But this is a great period to speak about the tree of life and how it works with our bodies. Alignment is found in our bodies through our energy channels. It is found in our minds, our desires, our wants, our thinking, our emotions. And hopefully with energy pure, our minds aligned, we connect with the upper Sephiroth, the wisdom and compassion of God. We connect with God, and his blessings become stronger because we're in his flow. And things get easier and easier and easier as you walk along the path, because we're in more and more alignment, and we put out fewer and fewer energies that are out of alignment. And then things come into the flow. Yes, this is not new agey. This is very, 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 very old. Just not as common nowadays. Yeah, teachings come, teachings go, teachings become obscured, not common, very common in some parts of the world, less common in one, openly taught in one part of the world, more secret in the others. Woo, 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 woo. But there's cycles. They come and they go. In the Western world, this ain't normally as taught, but it does exist in the Western world, very much so. Just have to find it. I hope this helps. So the month of Elul, I'm now finally on my notes. Oof. Month of Elul is preparation, introspection, and return. So Elul is the 12th and final month of the Hebrew calendar, leading up to Rosh Hashanah. The name Elul is often understood as an acronym for I just really don't want to butcher the Hebrew, but let me try. Because it's from the Song of Songs, chapter 6, verse 3. Ani lo dudi van dudi li. I am my beloved's, and my beloved is mine. This suggests that the month is one of loving return, not fear-based repentance. And I'm going to really speak about that theme in the coming weeks. But loving reunion with the divine. Let me say this again. It's actually a very traditional teaching, so it might sound different and not usual for certain people due to concepts that have kind of grown, and I will speak about that in the coming weeks. But let me just say this again, because this is kind of what is going on with this coming period. It's not a period of fear and judgment, life and death. No. Those concepts came on in the diaspora and it sort of layered on. I was very careful when I researched. Traditionally, this period is considered a period of loving return. I am my beloved, and my beloved is mine. Not fear-based repentance, but loving reunion, realignment with God. Every day of Elul, the shofar, the ram's horn, is blown to awaken us, to awaken our soul, to wake us up from our patterns, to call us into reflection, call us into awareness, to change, to decisions, to a reorientation, a movement in our car to a different lane, to an off-ramp. There's 2 ramps ahead of us. There really is 2 ramps ahead of us in this season. We're in our car in LA often, right? One freeway is to the right and the other one is to the left. Right? The 405 to the 5, the 405 to the 101. One goes to the left, one goes to the right, or one goes straight and one goes to the right. So I'm going to give you the cheat sheet on which one to take. You do not want to have the one that is straight unless you're a full 100% manifestation. Then you better stay on the road that you're on. Exactly. Don't deviate. You go straight. So pretty much for the rest of us, we need to turn off to a different freeway because that's a repair, a realignment to turn. And it's not where we're on the wrong freeway. We are on the right freeway. We are where we are. No judgment. No judgment. Not helpful to turn the knives inwards against yourself. Where do we go? Where do we want to go? That's a change. So we are moving us where we are now to a new path, a new road. We are perfectly fine where we are, but there's a fork in the road. Like Robert Frost's poem, beautiful poem. Second. Let's see. Yes, here it is. Oh, his most famous poem. Yes, we do bring in culture at HB Shalom. Let's see. If I could pull it up. Used to know this by heart, but it's been a while. Yeah. Well, you know what? It actually completely works. So I did a little quick reading to make sure it didn't head into an interpretation that didn't quite help. But let's take a moment of one of the most beautiful poems that has ever been written in the English language. I believe Robert Frost was an American poet. It's been a long time. Give a little thing. Yeah, well, from California, Shalom. Was born in San Francisco. Does it even say when he was born? Oh, here we go. Born in 1874. Wow. Died in 1963, age 88. So, full American poet, educated at Dartmouth. Wow, very impressive. Ivy League school, and also did Harvard University with no degrees. Well, these poets. So, very American. He had, yeah, I saw it here. It's important to understand a little bit of what you're reading because you realize that he earned 4 Pulitzer Prizes. Those are the highest prizes in literature in America. Well deserved. So this is Robert Frost, one of the most famous American poets that's ever lived. The poem is The Road. Again, my accent. The Road Not Taken. 2 roads diverge in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both. But be one traveler, long I stood, and looked down one as far as I could, to where it bent in the undergrowth. Then took the other, as just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted wear. Though as for that passing there, had warned them really about the same. And both the morning equally lay, in leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day. Yet knowing how way leads on to way, I doubted if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh, somewhere ages and ages hence. 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. beautiful. Just actually one of my favorite poems. So, do we choose the road less traveled by? We see the road that most people travel on in this planet. We see it on the freeway. We see it in our office place. We see it in our politics. We see it in our family dynamics. We see it everywhere. I don't need to speak about it. Or do we choose a different path of different mitzvot, a path of turning inward to repair, a path of turning outward to repair and improve our world to the extent that we can? Sadly, that is the road less traveled by. Sadly. But do we decide to take it? Spirit of Elul. Are we preparing to take that road that all the religions and societies and spiritualities of this world that are good point us towards? And as he says, that made all the difference for him. There's one point in the poem that doesn't quite line up. The other road is not just as fair, meaning it's not just as good as the first road. There's one road that leads into the dark woods, and we are knowledgeable enough and aware enough and have, God knows, enough examples to see it clearly. It's not like beautiful pastures and then suddenly you're in a dark wood and you're like, how did I get here? Everything was great. I didn't know. We all know. So one path is we see the dark woods, the wolves, God knows it's not the path you want to go. And you see that you would do bad actions there. You see there's bad results and you see you're perpetuating violence and anger. And, we're not dumb. Let's just not pretend and fool ourselves. We know where certain instincts and misalignment lead us. Just look backwards the last year and we see that. No judges. Some it's minor, some it's huge, some's in between. Some situations we're like saints, and otherwise, other situations we are so far from that. So we look. Then we look at the other side, the path of repair, the path that leads to nicer and broader pastures. There may be some woods to get there because we're currently in the woods. We have our habits, but we see the light. We see the pasture on the other side. And even if we can't, the holy books say that it's there. We have a map. God willing, you have HP Shalom to bring in years of study and contemplation and hopefully wisdom to say there is glimmer down that path, even if you can't see it. The holy books, read them. It's very clear. They inspire, they guide. Higher religions are based on them. Why? They provide the map. So we have a map. Good actions, good mitzvot, realignment leads to the daylight, takes us out of the woods. But not in the woods. It's really great. But we could look at the field and then we see a path leading to the woods. We go backwards. Or we see a path leading to better pastures. It's less rocky, it's less off. The path becomes straight. It's no longer winding. It's no longer up a mountain. It's endless struggle. we make straight our path to God. And if we're not certain what to do, we ask people, but we all know what's right or wrong. Spoken about it many times. We have that inner knowing. If we're honest, we honestly know what's the right thing to do and what's the wrong thing. We have that inner compass, right? We know which way is south, north, west, and east. We know what's good, what's bad, what's healthy, what's not healthy, what's wrongful, and what's right. How? Why? How is that possible? Because the cathedral of God lives within us. That light is in us. The Shekhinah is in us, no matter how buried it might be. That is that inner knowing, that voice that says, no, that's not right. Now, whether we could follow it or not is a decision, and sometimes it's not a decision. We're in a river of habit, and we hear the voice, but our reaction's too strong, and it overwhelms the voice. That's okay. Well, it's not okay, but it's okay in the sense that we're trying, and we're on the path. So we work to being able to allow the voice to overcome what our reaction might be. See, we're working with 100% good intent, and we're really, really trying. And we bring in helps and aids, psychology, behavioral therapists, whatever it might be, to assist us that our urges do not get the better of us. Or we become more devout, or we really read the holy books to really immerse ourselves into a new way of thinking. It's a choice of every moment, of every day, of every second, of every moment. We live in the present. Every moment is fresh, 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 new, new. Renaissance, 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 renaissance. We live in the spark of consciousness that is millisecond to millisecond. The past and the future really do not exist. They do exist, it's a history, and the future is in the future, but we don't live in either one. We live in the spark of life, which lives in the current moment. As soon as I say the first syllable, that syllable was already in the past. As the words come out is the present moment. Each part of the word, each like H, when I say A, that's that moment of there. Ish, that's another moment. Each moment is fresh. There's a great blessing in that, because with each moment being fresh, we're not tied to it, the previous moment. We're not tied to our previous actions. We might have the misalignment that needs to be repaired. We might have the strong force of habits, like a fast moving river, and you just pull down it. Right? And you have to learn to calm the river, because there's no such thing as a fast moving river. In this, it can be, but it's fast because we have such a strong force. We're making, it's like the river is what it is, but we're moving fast down it. That's it. In the moment, oh, there we go. Oh, this is profound. Here we go. And this is a truth. The present moment is calm, full of compassion, fresh, new. It's virginal. Nothing can color it. Nothing can taint it. Nothing. It's purity, complete purity. It's the inner cathedral. purity. Shekhinah manifested in us, present moment. But then we happen to it. And that's the layers of dirt and clutter and habits. So the river is actually extremely calm, very fresh, perfect, not too hot, not too cold, moves in the right momentum. That's life. If it's stagnant, doesn't move, well, that's death. So it has a movement of life and a vitality. It has chi, prana, living life force. Let's see, I'm moving into the Kundalini teachings. So prana, living life force. The Shekhinah, that, another word, that animates and gives us life. And there's a flow. One moment leads to the next moment. If there's no movement leading to the next movement, then we've left, right? So there's a flow, but it's calm. The momentum in this speed and being trapped is what we bring to that force through misalignment in habits and our karma, our previous mitzvot. So it actually doesn't move. We are moving. Very important point. Why? Because it gives us 100% power to change. If the movement was natural, we'd be fighting it. We would have the deck of cards would be stacked against us. We stack our own cards against us, and it's not necessarily us. It could be what happened to us in our youth and what's currently affecting us, right? So it's not all about us and our fault, but the movement to act a certain way. Because if we think about it, the saints would be behaving in a slightly different way. And it doesn't mean we're passive and all loving. We can say no, and we can remove ourselves from situations. Doesn't mean it's all good and fine and we just boom. No, we have our hands on the steering wheel and we move with wisdom and confidence and alignment. But are we moving in the rhythm of what holy people are? That's the standard. In the rhythm of what Torah and Tanakh and the sacred texts say should be. In the rhythm and alignment with the commandments. Yes? And if we are, then we're living in the present and we have that alignment and we're living in the pure waters and movement and momentum and environment of the real reality, the present moment and its freshness and its qualities continue into the future. It's the present is the same in the past and in the future because we're in alignment. So the movement and the unbalanced and the waves that we have is what is that human nature, our condition, what affects us, no judges, that is layered on top of the inner cathedral. So it gives us full power to work with it. And we're not creating something. We're not reaching outside of ourselves to bring something in that's foreign. That's not of us. Because of us, at our core, is pure purity. The purity of God lives within us. The Shekhinah is within us. The altar and covenant and the ark is within us. Because we're children of God, it's our birthright. be fully removed from God. Otherwise, you can't be here because everything's of God. Yes, I've spoken about this for the last year and a half, and I'm kind of layering it all together. So if something I say is like, oh, that's out there, try to find the teaching back that I spoke about that, and it explains in greater depth what each part is. But for people who've been with me for a while, I hope you understand what that is. So with that concept, change is possible. We are simply returning. It's a return to God, a return to alignment. And this is what this period calls us to do, to return. Briefly back to my notes, and then we're going to pray and meditate a little bit. I'm not even past the first page. That's great. That means there's a lot yet to come over the next couple weeks. I'm just skipping through this here. I want to get to the quotes. Perfect. Here we are. Double back next week. So this is a restorative period, a healing period. We return into alignment, into the life force, the purity of the Shekhinah that is alive at 100% within our inner cathedral. Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 33. You shall walk in all the way that Yahweh, that's exactly the word that's used in the book, so I'm not going to hide from that, or Yahweh Vaheh. You shall walk in all the way that Yahweh Vaheh, your God, has commanded you, so that you may live. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 6. In all your ways acknowledge him, capital H, and he, capital H, will make your path straight. To return to God, following the commandments, the way our inner voice tells us to act, opens the blessings of that alignment. So energetically, by entering into alignment, we fix and heal, and the path becomes straight. So that's one way physically of how it happens, because in alignment leads to alignment. That's just an energetic truth. The energy is, and the laws of energy, it's very scientific. It's not out there. The energy works a certain way. 1 + 1 = 2. 5 + 2 = 7. Energy works a certain way. It's the laws of energy. So you make it straight, you get that. But also what it's saying, the more obvious teaching, he will make your path straight. So you acknowledge, so if you're religious, you're acknowledging God. If you're more spiritual, you acknowledge the truths of good actions and the ways of being. And you acknowledge that, you say that's the way it is, and then you follow it. And your path becomes straight, okay? The religious interpretation, which I follow, but doesn't mean the other ones are wrong. It's just a different way, an additional layer to the previous two truths I've mentioned. This layer, the religious devout way, so you acknowledge God, you acknowledge Hashem, and Hashem will make your path straight. That's the blessings of God. You get blessings at the other levels, but they're more by the nature of energy, right? So this is more of a religious, spiritual blessing that's beyond what we do. So we do the rest, and it's 1 + 1 = 2. 2 + 5 = 7. That's just the laws of energy, really not debatable. And as you move along the path and you have a greater understanding, you'll realize that's what it is. This is saying, in all your ways you acknowledge him, and he will make your path straight. This is saying, acknowledge God, and I would add respectfully, and you make efforts to walk the path. This is saying 1 + 1 = 7. Because he will make your path straight invokes a blessing. And the blessing of God means you don't have to walk the linear way. 1A + B = C. Or to get to New York, you have to hit all these cities along the way and change all these freeways. When you acknowledge him, and this is the religious path, because you're in alignment and he's your God, you could just end up in Chicago or somehow, versus everybody needs to change all these lanes and make all these decisions. For whatever reason, the highway that you're on, you don't have to change it and you just end up right in Chicago. Because the road we're on isn't the same for everyone. And the length of time that it takes us to get there isn't the same for everyone. The obstacles we have to overcome are not the same for everyone. And some people who have the same obstacles might somehow get through them faster and some slower, and that's part of their condition. What this is saying, if you acknowledge God, you'll get there faster because you have the blessing on top as well. That's the beauty and blessing of religion. It's not all on you. It's not having to get through what you have to work through. And it's just stuck in a certain, this is it, and you have to do this and go through all these problems and obstacles and quote unquote work to, and working against your propensities to get through it. God will help you get through it faster. What you thought might take a year takes a week. Or it may take a year, but there's less pain and trauma or obstacles in that year. That makes sense. Devotion and intent and getting closer to God provides blessing and help. And that is what Proverbs chapter 3 verse 6 is saying, in my humble opinion. It's also saying the other two layers that I mentioned. Psalm 25 verses 4. So let me just speak about the Psalms generally. They're all about devotion and love of God. The person who writes clearly loves God, and he's dealing with difficulties in life, some of the passages, and he turns to God and he struggles. But it's so inspiring, the level of devotion that is articulated in that book. It is some of the most beautiful poetry that's ever been written, but it's definitely some of the most beautiful poetry that exists in the Bible. And it really inspires, at least me. And you see the devotion in the humanity that is brought into these passages and the calling out to God for help in a very human way. The writer is clearly on the path, and he's working in the struggle, and he's working with God. So I just want to offer that about the Psalms. And this chapter, in this verse, 25, verse 4, speak to that. Make me know your ways, Yahweh Vahe. Teach me your path. So you're asking God for help. Teach me how your ways are, how to walk in alignment with you. Help me know it. Help me teach it. And, implicitly, help me walk it. And there's a choice. Psalm chapter 119, verse 30. I have chosen the way of faithfulness, faithfulness to God and his teachings and his, commandments. Do not steal, do not kill, do not commit adultery, and all the guidance that the saints have mentioned of what a holy walk is like. So I have chosen the way of faithfulness. I have set your ordinances before me. You follow the teachings and the guidance and the laws, and you follow what he asks. There's a decision. It's a fork in the road. One second. Yes, so ordinance is, his laws, what he asks us to do and how he asks us to behave. One moment. I'm completely off script, so sometimes I need to take a moment to make it precise. Yeah, so ordinances, sometimes you have to dig a little bit to really get the definition. Means God's rules or guidance. Well, it's more rules because he makes it very clear for how life should be lived. Ethical instructions like honesty, fairness, and care for others. So basically, what it's saying, I have set the rules before my eyes as my guide. In other words, I choose to live by God's way, not my own impulses, not by my habits, and not by my misalignment. I choose to change, basically. So that is the fork in the road that's ahead of us. And in this month of Elul, we start turning and looking at ourselves and make that decision to make change. And we ask God, like in Isaiah chapter 26, verse 7, The path of the righteousness, excuse me, the path of the righteous is level, meaning it's flat. There's no hills, there's no mountains, it's not unbalanced. It's an even, smooth path. So the path of the righteous is level. You, O upright one, meaning God, make smooth the way of the righteous. God assists and He helps us on our path when we act in accordance with His way. When we're aligned with the Shekhinah, we get the benefits, the blessings, and the empowerment of the Shekhinah. So we're no longer just human beings walking in somewhat purity or impurity. We're human beings who are working with the Shekhinah. So we're human beings plus Shekhinah, because we've invited the things I've just mentioned into our lives. So we have the blessings of the force of the Shekhinah in us, which is really the blessings of God. And it makes us kind of a little bit humans plus, because we have that blessing in our lives. And that's important. If you're not religious and you do the right things, you do invoke and you do have the Shekhinah that comes to you. It's not contingent on being religious. I know this might be a little... Some people might take issue with this, but I'm sorry, I think theologically that's correct. Because when we're in alignment with God, whether we believe in Him or not, or whether we know of Him or not, being at your still in alignment with His energy, the energy of life is the Shekhinah, Mana, life force, God, energetically manifesting the El Shaddai aspect of God, the current, that spark of life that God put into this dimension. When we line up with that, we get the blessings of that. That's just the way it is. It doesn't require the additional layer. Now, if you're religious, you can pray to God. Now you're opening up a thing that's beyond the Shekhinah, that divine manifestation that you've turned to God and you've opened yourself to Him to receive. God looks for us to turn to Him, and then He gives. He might give if you're not noticing, because of His compassion and mercy and wishing to help, but it's a choice whether you take it. If you turn and you focus and you pray, then the fountain of blessings really start to flow. Yes? Psalms chapter 5, verse 9. Lead me, Yahweh, Yahweh, in your righteousness because of my enemies. Make your way straight before me. Well, enemies don't necessarily be enemies in the way of someone wishing us harm or attacking us or trying to mess with us. Our enemies, but you don't do judgment, can be all those habits and that karmic force, that momentum of our river, of our propensity that keeps us from aligning with God. So lead me, Yahweh, in your righteousness, in spite of my enemies. Lead me in your righteousness Let me think a moment. One moment. So let me just alter this prayer slightly, if I may. I don't want to, I'm changing it and I don't want to go there, but it sort of touches on what I've been saying. Lead me, Yahweh Vahe, in your righteousness to doing well. That goes against or pushes or is different or removes myself from my enemies, my karma, my blocks. That you're leading me on the right path and I'm overcoming these things that block me. That in fact are sort of enemies that live within because they keep us from fully aligning with God's holiness. And your prayer is make your path, your way, the way back home straight, easy. A road that's straight is easy. It's direct. You get to point A to B in the fastest, smoothest way possible. A road that's not straight goes through mountains, curves, might be bumpy. It's not bumpy necessarily, but it's, you might have to go to city B to get to C. A straight road goes from A to C. It's fast. Also, you could say, let it be the superhighway where you can go 75 miles per hour. That's perfectly paved. That's at 7 in the morning on a weekend where there are no cars, where the air is fresh, where it's smooth. And you get there in record time and you're not tired. And it was easy. That's our prayer. And that's where we ask God's intervention, His engagement, His active engagement in our lives to bestow a fountain of blessing. Amen. May it be so. That is all I have to say today, and I literally barely touched any of my notes. But thank God that is a perfect introduction of the season we're entering into. And I invite you all to start today. Make this a powerful period of change, of rebirth, renaissance. It is a period of rebirth. In Yom Kippur, we are reborn. Into a new year. Very beautiful. I'm just giving thanks to everything I've said because I couldn't have said it better if I had planned it, and probably not nearly as good. This is the entire spiritual path in 2 hours. Everything is based on this. Everything. Everything. It should be the human walk of everyone to improve, to repair. And if a lot of people do it, the world will repair, our societies will repair, our families will repair, and we can restore. Maybe even restore a better world that's nicer, more compassionate, more loving, that assists our children so they don't have the same problems we do, that the road isn't as hard, that it becomes easier and lighter so they don't have all that we have to work through, that our family life doesn't traumatize them like our parents did or grandparents. So they don't have that to work through because we've done our work and we're not passing it on. In fact, because we've done our work, we pass on tools at an early age. So we don't have to learn it in our 30s if we've encountered it, or our 60s. We're taught it at age 7, 8, 15, 16. When they go off to college, they're fully equipped. And it's just second nature. Why can't we live in that world? And we can for them, and we can create it for ourselves. And this period offers that invitation. Let us take a 10-minute break. Let's try to maintain mindfulness. And I give that instruction to myself as well. And drink a little water. Eat if you need to. Go to the restroom if you need to. Then set up your prayer space. Line up. Fingertips together. Find your breath. Center. You're centered intentionally, consciously. You light the candle. Because when you've centered, you've entered into the prayer and you've opened that connection. So lighting a candle is no longer lighting a candle to bring in light. You're already in that alignment. So when you bring in the candle, it's a real invitation. As I'm religious, I invite in God's light. The emanation of the light is God's Shekhinah presence, the El Shaddai. He's there. It helps. Who's to say he's not there? I believe he is. It's a light of healing. It's a light of I'm relating to God. It's a light. I've turned on my altar. It's always on, but it's active. Like the flame is active, it's transmitting. I'm receiving. A connection has been. I've lifted up the telephone to God. Telephone's always there, and the emanation of the altar is always there. But by turning on the light, you're picking up the receiver. This is an old-fashioned telephone. Or you're turning on the iPhone and you've pushed well, see, it doesn't really exist because you have to dial to turn it on. In the past, you take up the receiver and you hear a dial tone. That's what that is. You're putting on the dial tone and you're calling in. You're actually hitting the number of God. You lift up the incense. You're making the call. Hit the numbers, you're hitting the numbers, and then off. Call's there. You're offering. You've made the effort. God, please answer. You place it there. You wave it across your shrine. It's answered. Connection made. See the power of a prayer space. Energetically, I have felt that's what happened, so take my word for it. Also, if you think it, so it is, in that respect, for sure. If you feel that's not happening, you've blocked yourself from that happening. In this way, it's relative. Not normally, it's always what you think is what it is. That's crazy talk. but sometimes it is. You don't psychologically break yourself from it. So here I would say fake it until you make it. Believe it is. And one of these days you will feel that alignment and you'll like, oh my God, it's become that. It always was, but now you know. You're like, wow. And you're sitting in front of it and praying becomes very, very powerful. With human beings, creating the conditions and being in that environment helps us. Creating conditions where holiness and blessings can flow help us. One reason we have religious spaces. One reason why we have holy places where we go to pilgrimage. Because by being in that energy, and here we're creating it ourselves, we are able to go deeper. And by feeling that connection of blessing is actually extremely healing. And we go away that much stronger. We don't necessarily need a shrine. We could pray anytime, but especially when you're starting out, having that place of calm, that place of taking a breath and actually making these physical acts puts out an intent and a desire through a physical manifestation that tells our body and our energy, reach out, align to something greater than ourselves. And that works with the human condition. When you're further along or you have that ability already, you don't need the shrine. You don't need to light. You just 1 second you're in there, and the next second you're in prayer, and you feel fully connected. The hotline's always open. It's always available. You don't need to do anything. That's the real truth. But we've got our steps. And then even if you live in that truth, there's nothing more beautiful than to go through this tradition of doing something or whatever speaks to you, whatever you feel is appropriate in the way that you need to consider these things that's in keeping with your tradition. Never go against what you feel is right. This is all merely suggestions, but it's a way of assisting, and it's beautiful. The devotion is gorgeous. I devotion. There's nothing, in my humble opinion, more beautiful than devotion on this planet. Now, acts of devotion, which is charity, because you're devoted, so you act a certain way. That's gorgeous too. But prayer and devotion is truly gorgeous and beautiful. And that's what you're doing there. And that is good mitzvah. It's good actions. And it helps heal you. It helps line you up. It clears the blockages of your nadis, which I will explain in future weeks, of your energy channels, heals the blockages in your sephirots, and lines you up with the Merkava chariot. Oh, I've had no diagrams, but this beauty has just been waiting. This is what you are doing, and you light your wine. Now, this person has it in perfection. He's a living saint, but that is what we are doing. Or he's us. But we've established that connection, and because we've established it with the grace of God, that connection is there. We are in this central column, and you see it shoot up on the top to the Ein Sof, to the Aleph. Let me see if I can somehow get this. I'm going to have to practice. Oh, this is one moment. tempted to zoom into the very top, but hopefully people can see it. Let me just try one more time. No. But you can see at the very top the lights shooting up. So when we do a prayer, we're opening the phone and we're connecting. When we light the shrine and do everything else, that helps us when we feel disconnected to God, when we feel we have problems connecting. It helps us to bridge any breaks that keep us from having that connection. It repairs the copper wire. And even if you have that connection 24/7, it is a gorgeous act of devotion to put up the incense or have a prayer space you come to, because that really becomes the heart of your house, becomes a living expression of your inner cathedral. And you go there to worship and to pray, and you have it at home. And it makes it easier to go there every day or go there when you would like to. Becomes your personal, individualized, sacred space. Perfect. 10 minutes. And let's, if you have a sacred space, line up, take a breath, center. You have a candle, light it. If you have incense, offer it up, and then make yourself comfortable. And we'll do just a brief meditation or whatever comes to me at the moment. And then we'll pray a little bit. We're working now on the repair. All the teachings, all the talking is very helpful. It helps on the road for sure, and it has blessings for sure. But this engages directly with our energy and provides an energetic repair, which helps it go faster, easier, because we're working with the misalignments that exist in our bodies and in our minds and our emotions in a very engaged, direct way, which makes straight the path of the Lord. Perfect. 10 minutes. 9:50. Okay. Okay. Taking me a little longer because I have to set everything up in a different location. So, have a look at your prayer space. If there's ever anything sort of that kind of throws you off, like a picture in the wrong space, something not in the right spot, and it keeps the place, your mind from feeling aligned. It's very subjective, or it's also not. Things move, things that might feel in the right spot yesterday might not be today. You really want the prayer space to feel like home base. You're in front of it and you just relax and you feel like you're coming home. Like you're coming home in a way you are. You're creating, well, a miniature temple in your home, a little spot. Even if you live in a studio, one room apartment, right? Just one room. Or you have one room in a house that's yours and you have it in a little corner. That place can become a home where God resides because of your devotion and you creating that space. And when you sit in front of it, it should just, you feel calm. You feel you like, oof, everything you carry just dissolves because you feel like you're being felt. It's an energetic thing, it's a psychological thing. And so when we sit in front, before we begin, if we feel like there's something not balanced or something needs to be adjusted, it's important to just make it easier for ourselves. So we adjust it. So there's not that subtle psychological or energetic resistance that exists because something's kind of gnawing at us, bugging us. So take a moment, you have a look, and make any little adjustments that you feel. And if it's fine, that's great. So I have a few adjustments to do with mine, and let's take a moment and do that. Right. So as you see, I've taken a little time. Doing it is a form of prayer and it's a form of devotion because you care for the place where you invite God or the place where you communicate the strongest with God in your home. And so by doing it is an act of care for that place, which is ultimately care for your spiritual and religious life, which is care for God or your alignment with the energies. So this is part of our practice. When you have the intent to come sit and you move, your prayer has already begun. Everything you've done is a form of prayer, not merely when you sit down and you think you start. No, it starts with, I'm going. If you're in the grocery store and you're thinking, when I come home, I'm going to pray, you've already opened that energetic door. And whether you realize it or not, everything that you do as you about before you sit down and officially begin actually has been part of the prayer, the preparation, the movement, the acts have all fold into it. A more slightly deeper, we can live in a way that every act, every moment, every word spoken, every thought we have can be a prayer. That's sort of what we're aiming towards. We live in that perfect alignment with Shekhinah, that everything we are and everything we do is a prayer because it's in perfect alignment. Okay, so we can quickly stretch. When I sit down, I just kind of hit my issue spots, which for me is stretching out my legs. But if you have tightness or issues with your chest or arms or back, and it's not necessarily your legs, you work, with those spots, or you do something very complete. But since we don't have a lot of time, you just focus on where your issue spots. And if you know stretches that help, you focus on that, you do that, and then you come down and, you're already energetically more open. There's no constrictions. The less constrictions, less tightness, right? So for me, I know I'm going to get a little sore in 10, 15 minutes because my body's tight. As a preventative measure, I take 1 or 2 or 3 Advils because that relaxes my muscles and then the energy flows better. Now, that's for me. I don't advocate it for people and there's counter side effects for certain people. So that's just what I do for me. And that helps me because my body is very tight. And the more the energy flows in my body, the more it goes up the central channel, the more it goes up the sephirotes, and the greater the connection, the union, and the more powerful the prayer. Yes? Okay, stretch, and then let's start. take any water if you want. Find you a comfortable position. I want to say a thing here. Being tight or whatever, or even in pain, or even twisted in knots, or any unaligned posture that you may have, does not stop being fully connected. At the beginning, it's challenging because the clearing hasn't been such, depending where you are. I'm just saying somebody who has starting and has blocks and working through the preliminary stages, even to, a medium level intermediate. It helps to be aligned. It helps the flow, it helps the connection. But from a more absolute teaching, which you start moving in when you're more of an intermediate and definitely the advanced level, you just live there. Any alignment, disalignment, knots, pain, your back twisted, your legs in a strange position, does not stop you from being in alignment. Alignment's positive, always possible and always there if you live in the starship, because you've cleared the ways that the prana, the life force, the Shekhinah, the central column, Jacob's ladder, always flows. The pathways, whether they're twisted, curvy, or whatever, because of your physical posture, doesn't stop the connection. But until that flow and that suppleness and the rigidity of and blocks aren't cleared on the energetic level, it is very important that you stretch and you maintain a good posture to assist that clearing and alignment and proper flow. Does that make sense? And even if any position doesn't stop you from flowing, it definitely is proper to have the proper posture as often as you can, because that's just intelligence. And it still helps you line up and be less affected by things if you're at anything but the stable starship level. But even then, if you look at masters, their posture is perfect and everything's lined up, because that's the optimal way. And you would naturally be that way if you were aligned. The posture is always aligned. You don't swoop because you're in that energetic framework, and that's part of how it manifests. Okay? It's important conceptually one understands, so you don't get locked in, oh, I'm in this stuff and this posture and I'm not aligned because I'm in fetal position in my bed. You can be aligned in the fetal position in your bed, even when you might feel pain or crying, because it's sad. But that doesn't mean you're not connected. Okay? These are truths. Take my word for it until you have that experience. But that's just kind of what it is. Okay? So, I'm going to giving partial truths, and then people later on take it as gospel, not realizing that there's levels, and this is sort of the complete of what's going on here with the stretching and the alignment. So let's focus on our prayer. Ourselves back to our focus, our prayer space, which hopefully perfect, and mine looks wonderful. There's symmetry, and I know I love symmetry, but it can be just as aligned if it's not symmetric. But why make things difficult for yourself, right? At a higher level, you can intentionally make it not symmetric if you like symmetry as a means to deepen one's alignment. Because what's symmetric or not symmetric, why does that block you from the flow? Just like why does not being aligned with your body stop you from the flow? And so you're challenging yourself with what's an obstacle for you to work through it to a deeper level. This is more intermediate level. I would say more medium intermediate, because at the beginning intermediate, you still are getting there. But at the medium, you start creating situations like adding weight to the weights that you're already able to handle properly. The beginning, you're trying to work on the weights, the poundage that you're at. The medium, you're already able to work with what's occurring, and then sometimes you create conditions that challenge you, like adding additional weights to deepen and go further. And then at the advanced level, you just really, there's really no weights, there's nothing to pound, to push, and you're in the flow. But to get there is the steps. So 70s thinking says you think and that's what you are. So you think there's no weights, there's no flow. Well, unless you're very advanced and you can hop there, and there are certain people that can, you're really fooling yourself and you head into a big disaster because you're not aligned. But you think you are, and then that's ends up being catastrophic for yourself or for other people because you're doing crazy actions and decisions. So there's a proper way. You work with who you are, you deepen, and as you go there, your mind naturally goes into a flow, just like you think there's momentum and pressure in your river. Well, you pop in and you're in the center and you're aligned, you realize the river really was never fast, never turbulent, or never difficult. It's what we personally, our karma, our mitzvah, our conditioning brought to the river as an overlay. Same with the weights. We think there's weights, we think there's there, and there certainly is, until we work through it and we realize, oh, it was an illusion, but a very real one that we had to work through. I hope that makes sense. Yes, so I've said some very high level things, but I hope that helps. Sort of things for the future, and there's people listening who are at that level. So I try to make it complete. And you go from that level to more basic levels. You're flying high, advanced, then you hit an issue, and suddenly you're going to beginning techniques because it just throws you off. But that's the right technique. There's no more advanced. There's no more beginning. The right one is the one that you need from your toolkit for what's coming up currently. Yes. Okay. Let's focus on our prayer space. Let me take a moment to see what sort of prayer and instruction we'll all do together. I still don't know, so let me just realign, and I'm going to pray and see what comes through. So we're going to do a mantra for those who. So remember, a couple of weeks ago, I don't know if I've had the opportunity to add it. We had Shekhinah as a new word. So Yahweh Shekhinah, Hashem Shekhinah, Shekhinah Hashem, the living life force of God, right? So we could add the word Shekhinah to our list if people feel called to it. The Shekhinah is what's very available in our living existence because that's the tangible energy of God that gives us life, that emanates our world and is in everything. So by bringing in that word, really grounds a blessing in our body in a very physical, real way and connects us and calls forth to emerge the energies of that inner cathedral that's inside. Yes. Using the name Shekhinah is not part of the 72 names of God as far as I'm aware. So, but it is extremely effective. So I offer that as an opportunity. You do the name that you feel called. Since we are doing healing, do not forget the name Wafa, the word Wafa, like Adonai Wafa, Adonai, a name of God that heals, right? So we're calling a specific energy of Adonai, God, that has a healing frequency. We're specifically asking for healing, powerful during this time. But we're also mindful, we're also aware that all the names, everything about the names is healing because it all brings forth the the energies of God. We're calling forth in a powerful mantra way the properties and energies of God. And everything about the names realigns us to that. Therefore, all the properties of the names, we don't necessarily need to say Rafa because all the properties of the names are healing because it realigns us to divine frequencies. Now, of course, every name has different energies and frequencies. That's the beauty of the names. The order, if you use multiple names at once, right? Like Yahweh Rapha, there's a mixture. So I can see a combination that's on there. So so example, a very powerful one. El Shaddai Yahweh Rapha, or Rapha El Shaddai. I'm sorry. Yahweh El Shaddai Rapha. Very, oh, that's powerful. I don't know if people felt that. Oof. That just shot right through me. That's the power. Those combinations. This one, El Shaddai Yahweh Rapha. I use the names very respectfully. This is a sacred space. This is a place of prayer. That those words, those holy words, created an energy that I found to be very warm, very healing, and much more powerful had I just said one of those names individually. The combination created a certain manifestation, energetic, that helped me. And honestly, that is the phrase I'm going to be, the combination of these sacred words that are empowered and highly blessed, that I will be using today. We use the names of God, summon forth from God certain energies in a very tangible way, which helps us heal, line up, find wisdom faster. We're calling in blessings that makes our road straighter, more direct, and maybe eliminates certain blockages right away, which might otherwise have taken a year or two. We open ourselves to a dimension of God that is not necessarily bound by the rules and energies of this one. Hence, things can happen in different ways, which they otherwise would not have had we not opened ourselves to that. And the names of God are a very powerful way of doing it. Hence why these mantras, these repetition of names and creating energies is a very powerful, quick path, which is why I teach them. Yes? I really don't like wasting time, and why not just get to it? And it's safe. And I've explained in February, March, again, the teaching on mantras, on how to go slowly, when to stop, what to do. So if you're new to this, please find those teachings. I'm not going to go back into it right now. So you go back, you learn. I think somewhere in the fall last year, I went into it. And definitely a year ago, last February, March, I really went into it. So it's all there. And it's bringing in the blessings, bringing in God to help. And saying the name is a prayer, and it's devotion. It's just devotion. It is the form of devotion. And if you're not fully understanding, then that's something to contemplate yourself and come to an understanding as to why it is, and that will be helpful for you. And if you're not religious, okay, the names are still available to you. They're openly offered. Just say it to feel the energy of healing, because that healing is available, the wisdom is available to anyone. Bring yourself into alignment to the truths of the universe, to your alignment that's your birthright. And whether you believe in God or not, you are still walking the path of holiness and ultimately the path of God from my perspective, even if it's not yours. But we should all have availability and the invitation to use these sacred names, use this method, these words to find healing, because all human beings need healing. We need to assist others to repair themselves, repair ourselves, so we can all move forward into a better place. So it's sort of an open invitation. No one's excluded here. Take the pieces that work for you. Okay. I'm going to to find my mala. One moment. Spoken for a bit, so if some people need to go to a bathroom, I'll begin in about 3 minutes. Okay. And remember, just because you start with a particular name doesn't mean you need to stick with it throughout. You might start with one name, and that opens doors or an opening to another name. You might need to say it a couple times, the first one, or for a minute or two, and then suddenly it doesn't feel like that's the one anymore, and suddenly another name comes to your mind. I suggest you open yourself up to the flow of it, and it will change with time. When I was starting, and even now, sometimes I just need one name, and it helps kind of, I don't know, with something energetic. And then it opens to my main name or to a different one for that day. Remember, all the names lead to God. Ultimately, all the names contain the same blessing. So, one period in time, you might use one word, one name, and another time you use another. One name is not better than the other. One name is not superior to the others. They have different manifestations, different qualities, but they all have the same blessings. It's just certain blessings might be a little more forward, a little more prevalent, a little more easier for you to tap into than others. And that's the one you feel that you need for that moment: healing, clearing, wisdom, compassion, more bodied, more spacious. Like Abba for me is very spacious, and you kind of have them as things you could tap into depending where you are that day. But it's open, it's fluid, and as you do it more and more, you learn different ones as you feel called to, and then you have a whole toolkit that's available. And at some point, you just naturally in your alignment, the right name just manifests out of your mouth for whatever reason for that day. And then it might shift, and then it might shift to another, but you're not even doing it consciously at that point. You're in the flow, and naturally you end up being guided by the Shekhinah. Your whole life ends up being in the flow, which means you're aligned with the Shekhinah, and that flow is guiding your dance. The dance is the Shekhinah. You're dancing in the Shekhinah. You enter an alignment that your entire manifestation is a prayer. And so there is a certain discipline when we pray to get there, depending on the technique, has more or less discipline. The sitting and keeping awareness, that takes discipline. Bringing your attention back, that's a decision. Right? The discipline of saying that's a thought and moving it back, that's really having your hands on the steering wheel. Mantra is you sing the mantra. You could say it repeatedly, or you say it a couple times and you rest in the energy. What do you feel called to? You see yourself getting discursive or losing that connection to the frequency of God. If you're doing mantra, you reconnect to the mantra. Yes? Or you decide to work with discipline to maintain the focus as a means to practice and to strengthen. So many opportunities and different ways of working with it are available. But right now we're focusing on prayer. And if you'd use the name of God, I would suggest that one, because it's a very powerful and active way to engage and to connect. And during this season of Elul, of days of awe, the high holy days, it's all about rekindling our connection. So it's not so much of the discipline of remaining present, unless you're able to attain a connection with God when you center yourself. And that's the fruition. That's what we're trying to aim to by being in presence. A sort of different way of going about it than mantra. And I've spoken about that a couple months ago. I gave a very profound teaching on that. 2 months ago, 2.5. So, but right now with mantra, with the names of God, that's probably the easiest way. Or if people have traditional prayers they recite, and that helps with that connection, then that's a method. These are all methods of doing. Ultimately, we wish to be in the flow and united with the Shekhinah. These are methods of being in that, being in the flow of the name, being in the full graces and aligned with the name and its frequencies, which is in alignment with God and the frequencies He emanates. Yes? I encourage people to have a regular practice during this season. And maybe even say, you know what, 15 minutes a day or every other day. Or Saturday and Sunday, which I used to do. I don't have to. I had a little bit every day or sometimes a lot every day, depending on my focus. But Saturday, Sunday, that's when I had 3 or 4 hours in the morning to be like, this is my time to really connect. And I looked forward to it all week because I had burned through enough obstacles that was actually the 3 or 4 hours, the best hours of my week, because I really felt the glow. I was really like, oh, Jesus, if only I could be there 24/7 with God, with His names, with Adonai. You see, in that moment of connecting with God was the moment that filled up my tank of the Shekhinah for the whole week. And from that, I had the connection and the blessing to help navigate the ordinary world in a better, more aligned way, clearing my karma, connecting deeper. And then with the practice during the week, I was able to reconnect. And the next weekend, I had another real bathing in. And suddenly things became easier and lighter. And I began to being able to live with the Shekhinah longer and longer and longer, to the point that inner voice within was always speaking to me and guiding me, and I learned how to trust it. And I realized that life became much, much easier, and there was a wisdom there that I couldn't quite get through the use of my mind. It was more transcendent, and it saw and knew things that I couldn't see or do. And in hindsight, when I look back, be like, wow, I would have made this choice. But by following this, it's much better. But you have to get there. You've got to make sure that voice is pure and aligned. And you got to make, it takes time to have that certainty and know that you're aligned. But that voice ain't off. That voice isn't your subconscious mind or some messed up part of your mind that you follow and it leads to disaster, because you haven't followed your intelligence of your mind, and it wasn't time to go into the flow because the river's still a little polluted and off. Yes, that's sort of the caution there. When we practice, we go into the flow. We move into the river of God consciously, and we enter the blessings. So I hope during this sacred period, people more and more enter into the blessings. And, well, I felt to do it for a while, and now it really aligns. Every Wednesday night, we will do, a very wise person told me to make it permanent. So I will jump into that commitment. I will find a time that every Wednesday night, we will do a prayer together. I really won't talk. It will all be about praying together. We get together and we pray. So my mind is saying 7 o'clock Pacific time, but I'll need to see. It might be 7 or it might be 8. Probably more 8. So so I will post it on Tuesday, the time, and it's an open invitation. And at some point we will settle on a definite time. And it'll be a permanent thing. It's an open invitation, and it's okay if you can't make it, or it's okay if you don't want to. And it's okay if you, when you do have time, you put it on and just listen to the recording. Even if there's a lot of empty space, you're still connecting in with the energy that we cultivated. You're opening a connection to what occurred, and I believe it's still a live one. And I think I will keep the previous teaching, not teaching, prayer, on the live site till the following Tuesday or something, and then take it down in time for the new one on Wednesday. So people have the ability during the week to just have it playing as they do their prayer. And hopefully it connects to the power of group prayer, and hopefully helps it easier to touch in to the blessings that we tap into as a group, helping each other to better connect. The sort of a following of sorts. People doing something similar, yet bringing their individuality and their beauty and their particular gifts into it. Okay. Stretched again, especially on full lotus. I'm right up against the floor, so I really need to be flexible. Okay. I start each prayer with the Shema. I've been working on my voice and get confidence saying it myself for you all. And feel free to say it along. I mean, if I put it on the screen, people who need a refresher as to what we're saying, or people who are new, it's a central, key, most important prayer in Judaism. And there's a whole teaching on it, which I'm not going to get into. Can't remember exactly when I think I spoke about it in February. Let's me find it. So, if you're not religious, you feel free to say it. If you want to connect with the energy, if you don't feel comfortable, just stay open to the current that I'm trying to emanate through my voice and see if there's a blessing that comes. And since I want to make it something clear, this is the God of the Old Testament. And I want to make it very clear, this is a religious truth, that the God of the Old Testament exists in Christianity. So if you're Christian, it is 100%, 100,000,000% appropriate to do this prayer because it is actually a foundation of Christianity. So I'm trying to make this as open and as inclusive as I can because God, Adonai, is open to everyone. I really don't want people to have psychological issues where they feel they can't connect with this holy and most powerful prayer. And O Israel is, in this context, not referring to a country and not even necessarily referring to a group of people. It's referring to all those who believe in God. So here, all those who believe in God, God is our God. Adonai, a name of God, is our God. It could be El Shaddai. It could be Abba. It could be Hashem. It can be Yahweh. It's the name of God. You put one in. Adonai is one, meaning we don't believe in multiple gods. We believe in one God. That makes sense? Yes? The God of the Torah from which everything came. the God of creation, the God that said, "Let there be light," the God that created the planet and everything in it, the God that transmitted the covenant, that transmitted the commandments. So we can be in covenant with God, and God has committed to be in covenant with us. Please look up the word if you're not familiar what it means. This is what this prayer is. It is the central tenet, central profession of faith on which everything is built. And it is a prayer that is said at every Shabbat. And there are practices where people say it 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. And it is the prayer that Jews often say when they're about to die. It's aligning with the frequency and the posture and the devotion and the belief in God. And this is why I choose to use this prayer when we begin each of our practices, because it really connects the telephone line by us saying these words and professing that's our truth. And like I said, if you don't believe in God, that's okay. Just ask for the blessing, or, may this help me, receive a blessing from another faith. And that's beautiful. It's openly offered. Yeah. I think I've really gone into it this week, not intentionally, it just sort of flows, because I think I've really set the tone for these next 40 some days. This is the framework that I hope people, and bring in your own framework and take what you want and leave what you want. Nothing's imposed. You make it what you feel is appropriate. Hopefully you create your framework to navigate and make full use of this period of time that's coming. A lot of people are praying in similar or different ways, but they're using this time of Elul and the high holy days to do this work I've been describing. That means there's a lot of prayer going on that could help sustain us. And that also means, since it's a set period of time, God really, and the Shekhinah really focuses on these things during this period of time. That's the power of following liturgical holidays and periods. So this is one of the most aligned time to receive blessings and graces for this work. It's not meaning that it's not there the rest of the year, but this time it's particularly focused due to the religious services oriented around this and the group of people who are doing these practices, as well as it's been done for centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries. Based on the same liturgical calendar, which is actually lunar. It's based on the moon, not the sun. So the times, the days change per each year, but it's always in this season. And that frequency and lining up creates a powerful orientation and blessing to this profound work of putting ourselves ever more closely on the path of God. Okay. Additionally, you put your hand over your face, right hand. Even if you're a lefty, it's your right hand. Look into that, but I'm pretty sure. And it's sort of over your nose and fingertips, sort of around your third eye. it causes energetically one to turn inwards when you pray. It comes in, the Shema comes in from your inner core of your being. Your inner cells radiate the devotion. Ma Israel Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Yahweh Rapha, Yahweh Rapha, Yahweh Rapha. Shehina Shalom, Shehina Shalom, Shehina Shalom, Shehina Shalom. Release, breathe, let go.
Cast all care aside, we bow down our pride. Rescue us from the tide. On your wings, lift us high. In the dark, be a light. We need you on our side, El Shaddai. We need you on our side, El Shaddai. We need you on our side, El Shaddai. Let your cloud be our guide. Let your fire lead at night. When our foes come to fight, we need you on our side, El Shaddai. We need you on our side, El Shaddai. We need you on our side, El Shaddai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Baal we bind, tell them why we riding with El Shaddai, El Shaddai. We lift up our eyes, we rebuke suicide, we cast all care aside, we bow down our pride, rescue us from the tide on your wings, lift us high in the dark, be a light. We need you on our side, El Shaddai. We need you on our side, El Shaddai. We need you on our side, El Shaddai. Let your cloud be our guide, let your fire lead at night. When our foes come to fight, we need you on our side, El Shaddai. We need you on our side, El Shaddai. We need you on our side, El tried it, God denied it. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Baal we bind, tell them why we riding with El Shaddai, El Shaddai.
גדולת ימינך
טהרנו נורא, וענה בכוח גדולת ימינך תתיר צרועה, קבל רינת עמך סגבנו טהרנו נורא, נא גיבור דורשי ייחודך כבבת שומרי, ברכם תרם רחמי צדקתך, תמיד גומלם חסין קדוש, חסין קדוש ברוב טובך נהל עדתך, יחיד גאה לעמך פנה זוכרי קדושתך, שבתנו קבל ושמע צעקתנו, יודע תעלומות, ענה בכוח גדולת ימינך תתיר צרועה, קבל רינות עמך סגבנו, טהרנו טהרנו נורא, שבתנו קבל ושמע צעקתנו, יודע תעלומות, יודע
ברוך שם כבוד מלכותו לעולם ועד.
Thank you so much for joining me this week. I hope what I have shared blesses you, blesses our families, societies, and ultimately blesses our world. For those who would like, see you on Wednesday evening. May Hashem grant us a beautiful, sacred, and wonderful week. Amen. Till next week. Bye-bye.